Welcome back, night owls. Tonight's story isn't about ghosts. It's about something scarier, something real. It started with a smile, friendly, harmless. One month they were working at the liquor store. Next, the dry cleaner. Then the coffee shop. Same face, different name tag, every time. They always remembered the customer's name too well. And then one day, a van, parked just off the street. Inside, photos, receipts, a hand-drawn floor plan of their apartment. The police were called. But by the time they arrived, the van was gone. And now, that same smiling face is working the night shift at their gym. Before we dive in, make sure you're subscribed. Like the video and drop a comment where you are listening from. Now dim the lights, relax, and let's begin. Alright, so I am not someone who posts on here a lot. I mostly read, usually crime stories or weird, scary stuff. But something happened, and I honestly need to get this out because it has been eating at me. And maybe someone's seen something similar. Or maybe writing it down will help me stop second-guessing myself every time I step outside. I live in Toronto, not downtown, but close. A residential street near a main strip, pretty normal setup, row houses, corner shops, restaurants. You can walk most places if the weather isn't horrible. There is a small off-license, a dry cleaner, a couple cafes, and a gym all on the same block. I moved into this place about 2 years ago. Nothing fancy. Just a small flat on the second floor above a pharmacy. Quiet, mostly. At least it used to be. The guy I keep thinking about started showing up maybe a year ago. I remember the first time I saw him because he was working the till at the off-license, and he was unusually friendly. Not in a weird way at first, just memorable. He asked if I wanted a bag, made a joke about the wine I was buying, something dumb like date night or disaster prep, and I laughed even though it wasn't that funny. He asked for my name to print a receipt, and I gave it without thinking because that's what the machine asks, and it's a small shop. You don't really pause in the moment. I didn't see him again for a while. Then maybe 2 months later, I went to the dry cleaner down the street to drop off a coat, and there he was. Same guy, same smile. He said my name before I could even hand over the slip. "Hey, you're from the off-license, right? You like the Pinot Noir?" I laughed again, but this time it felt off. Not a red flag, just a flicker. Like sure, maybe he remembered me, but it had been weeks. And I don't drink Pinot that often. I said something like, "Oh, you work here too?" And he just said, "Yeah, part-time," and started ringing me up. And that was it. The third time was when I really felt it, like in my stomach. There's a little coffee shop near the subway station, not one I go to all the time. More like a stopgap when I'm running late. I walked in one morning before work, and he was behind the counter. Same guy. Apron, cap, smiling. He looked straight at me and said, "Medium Americano, 1 sugar, right?" And here's the thing, I had never ordered that in front of him. Not at the off-license. Not at the dry cleaner. That was just my usual. Something I always got when I was in a rush. I didn't laugh that time, I just stared. He handed me the cup and winked. On the house. I remember I didn't drink it. I walked 2 blocks and tossed it in a bin. It wasn't even that I thought it had been tampered with exactly, just that it felt too personal. Like he knew more than he should. More than made sense. After that, I started looking out for him. And I saw him everywhere. Not every day. Not in the same shop more than once. But always nearby. always part of something. Once at the sandwich counter in the grocery store. Once helping stock shelves in a corner store across the street. He always said hi, always used my name. Sometimes he'd wave like we were old friends. Once he nodded toward my tote bag and said, "Still reading that novel, huh? You're a slow reader." That one chilled me because the book was in my bag, not visible. The cover wasn't sticking out. I had borrowed it from the library a week before and had only taken it out at home and once at the park. That's when I stopped going to the usual places. I started walking an extra few blocks to get coffee. I switched gyms. I ordered things online that I would normally grab in person. I tried to be invisible. And for a while it worked. Until last month. It was a random Tuesday, warm enough that I had the windows open. I was walking home from work, same route as always, just past 7 in the evening. I passed this plain white van parked 2 doors down from my building. Not suspicious at first glance, no logos, no tinted windows. I wasn't really paying attention until I dropped my keys and bent down to grab them. That is when I saw inside the back seat. It was a mess, not dirty, just cluttered in a way that felt organized in a very specific kind of wrong. There were photos of me, printed out. Some of me walking, some of me at my door, one of me sitting on a bench near the park reading that same novel. There were receipts, not just from stores I had been to, from places I forgot existed, same credit card times, same days. And there was a hand-drawn floor plan of my flat, not just the general layout. Specific things. Where my bed was, the spot where I kept my coat hooks, the shelves I had put up in the kitchen. I froze. I didn't even breathe for a second. I looked around, trying not to look like I had seen anything. The van was empty, doors closed, engine off. I walked past it like nothing had happened. Then I turned the corner and called the police from behind a bus shelter. They took it seriously, or they said they did. But by the time they arrived 10 minutes later, the van was gone, completely. No trace, no plates. I felt like an idiot. I gave a description. I told them everything, the photos, the man, the floor plan. They nodded and took notes and said they would look into it. Then they left. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about every time he had smiled at me. Every time he had said my name. Every time he had been just a little too close, too soon, too often. And then, 2 days later, I walked into the new gym I had just joined, the one far from home, the one I picked specifically because he had never been there before. And there he was, wiping down the machines, wearing the staff shirt, smiling at me like we were starting all over again. I stood in the entrance of the gym, still holding my scan card in one hand, staring at him like I had just seen a ghost in a name tag. He was wiping down a treadmill near the far wall, completely casual, humming to himself like it was any other shift. He hadn't seen me yet, or maybe he had and was pretending not to. Either way, my heart started pounding in this weird, slow way. Not panic exactly, but this heavy, sinking dread, like my body had figured something out before my brain caught up. I didn't scan in. I turned around and walked right back out the front door. One of the girls at the desk asked if everything was okay, and I said something like, "Oh, I forgot my water bottle," and kept walking. I don't even remember the rest of the walk home. I just remember locking the door behind me and leaning against it for a long time, trying to keep my breathing normal. I knew I hadn't imagined it. Same guy, same eyes, same little half smile he always gave me. But now it was different. Before, it was subtle. He would show up and disappear. Friendly enough that it could pass for coincidence. Now it felt like escalation, like he was letting me know he could follow me anywhere. I thought about calling the police again, but what was I going to say? Hi, yes, that man I reported a while back for having a van full of photos of me is now employed at my gym. No, I don't have any proof he's done anything. No, I don't know his real name. No, he hasn't technically broken any laws that I can prove. It would go nowhere. Or worse, they'd start acting like I was the one who needed to calm down. So I did what most people do. I tried to ignore it. I skipped the gym. I walked different streets. I ordered groceries instead of shopping. I stopped going out in the evenings at all. My world started shrinking, inch by inch, until I was basically just rotating between work and my flat and pretending that was fine. But I couldn't stop thinking about him. Every time I saw a white van, I froze. Every time I passed a shop with a new face behind the counter, I slowed down, scanned, waited. I even caught myself muting calls so I could listen for footsteps in the hallway outside my building. It was like living with this constant static in the background, never loud enough to scream over, but always there. Then something happened that made everything worse. It was a Sunday, rainy. I hadn't left the flat all day. I ordered delivery for dinner and left a note to just drop it at the door. When I opened it, the bag was there, dry, but tucked slightly sideways. Not how it usually lands. That's not even what got me. What got me was the receipt inside. It had my name on it, which was normal. But under the item list, someone had scribbled a message in pen. It said, "You never finish your leftovers." I just stared at it. That was not something a stranger could guess. That was something only someone who had seen me throw out half-eaten meals would know. Someone who had looked in my bins, or worse, through my window. I live alone. I eat alone. There's no one else it could have been meant for. I didn't sleep that night. I called the delivery place in the morning, asked if they could confirm who had been on the route. They gave me a name, not one I recognized. I asked if they could describe him. Tall, they said, light brown hair, wore a hoodie, quiet. That could be anyone. But I knew it was him. Of course it was. The next day, I set up a cheap motion camera outside my front door. One of those basic models people use for mail theft. It was not subtle, but that was the point. I wanted him to know I was watching now, too. Nothing happened for a week. Then one night, just after midnight, I got a notification on my phone. Motion detected. I opened the feed and saw the hallway. Empty. I watched the clip 3 times. Nothing moved. No one there. But the door was slightly ajar. And I never leave my door unlocked. I checked the bolt, still slid across, but the latch was not set right. It was like someone had tried to open it quietly and stopped when it caught. I reported it. I sent the video to my building manager and asked if they had security footage of the hallway. They said they would check. Then nothing. I followed up twice. Still nothing. 2 days later, my camera stopped working. just went offline. I took it down and found that the lens was scratched. Not shattered, just scratched. Deliberately. That was the night I decided to go looking. I pulled up job listings for every business within 6 blocks, checked postings for new hires, looked for overlapping names. I even started walking routes I had avoided, just to see if he would show up again. I needed to know where he would pop up next. I needed to feel one step ahead, even if it was just an illusion. A week into doing this, I walked past a print shop I had never noticed before. Not new, but one of those places that kind of blends in. Cheap flyers, passport photos, that kind of thing. And in the window was a sign. Help wanted. I went inside. He was behind the counter. This time he didn't say my name. He just smiled. Wide. Wider than before. Like we were past pretending. I left the print shop without buying anything. I think I mumbled something like, "Sorry, wrong place," and backed out without making eye contact. He didn't say anything. He just stood behind the counter, that same wide smile stuck on his face like it had been waiting there for me. I don't even remember if there was anyone else in the shop. It felt like everything else disappeared the second I saw him again. I walked fast, too fast. It wasn't quite running, but definitely not normal. My heart was pounding, my hands were damp, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just walked into some kind of performance and now I was the one giving the wrong lines. I made it halfway down the block before I stopped and looked back. He hadn't followed me. He didn't need to. That was the part that scared me most. He wasn't chasing. He didn't need to do anything. He already knew where I lived, where I ate, where I worked out. He knew the brand of wine I liked and how I took my coffee and which days I worked from home. He didn't need to be in a hurry. He already had everything he wanted. That night I didn't go home. I couldn't. I took the train out to a friend's place in Scarborough and made up something vague about a gas leak. They didn't press. I don't think I was convincing, but I looked so bad they just gave me a blanket and put something dumb on the TV. I lay on their couch all night staring at the ceiling, listening to every small noise like it might be him trying the lock again. In the morning, I went back to the building. Nothing seemed out of place. My door was locked, my mailbox untouched. The hallway was quiet, but when I opened the door, something felt wrong. I couldn't explain it at first. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but the air felt different, like it had been disturbed, like someone had been in the room and left just before I arrived. I checked every drawer, every closet, under the bed. I even pulled up the rug just to make sure nothing had been left behind. And then, finally, I opened the fridge. There was a bottle of Pinot Noir sitting on the middle shelf. I hadn't bought any. Not in weeks. It was the exact same brand from the off-license. I sat down on the floor, cold air spilling out from the open fridge, and just stared at it. He had been in my home. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number, no name, no message, just a photo. It was me, sitting on the floor, staring into the fridge. Taken through my kitchen window. That was the moment it stopped being manageable. The second you realize someone has been inside your space, that they can still see you even when the doors are locked and the lights are on, something breaks. Or maybe not breaks. Something changes. You stop feeling like a person. You feel more like an object being cataloged. I took the phone and the wine bottle and went straight to the police. They wrote everything down again. They asked if I had proof the man in the shops was the same person. I said yes. I described his face, his voice, the way he always remembered my name. I showed them the photo. I told them the bottle hadn't been mine. I said it had been left there as a message, or a threat, or both. They said they would assign someone to look into it. That's what they said. But nothing happened. A few days passed, then a week. No calls, no updates. When I followed up, they said the phone number had already been shut down. No registered account. The wine bottle had no prints. And without a name or a record or video footage of him actually entering my flat, there wasn't much they could do. I asked if I could file for a restraining order. They said I could try, but I needed a name, or an address, or something beyond. He smiled at me in 3 different shops. I started noticing things after that, little things. The curtains would be drawn when I swore I left them open. My phone battery would drain faster than usual. The shower mat would be damp before I used it. Nothing big, nothing dramatic, but it added up. I changed my locks. I bought new curtains. I covered every camera on every device. I changed my phone. I deleted every app I didn't absolutely need. I stopped checking in at places. I shut down my social media. I told myself if I shrank my world small enough, maybe he would lose interest. Maybe he would get bored. Maybe he would forget me. Then I saw him again. Not at a shop. Not at the gym. On my street. It was early evening. I had just turned the corner onto my block when I saw someone crouched near the bushes across from my building. At first I thought it was a dog walker. Then he stood up. Same height. Same hair. Same calm, casual walk as he crossed the street and disappeared into the alley without looking back. Like he had been checking something. Or waiting. I waited 5 full minutes before I went inside. I checked every room, every lock, every blind. Everything looked normal. But on the floor of my entryway, just inside the front door, was another receipt. This one had no message. Just a timestamp. It matched the exact moment I had walked past him outside. He had been inside again. And this time, he hadn't even bothered to hide it. I didn't call the police again. I just stood there in the middle of my flat, staring at the receipt on the floor, and knew exactly what they'd say. It wasn't enough. No fingerprints. No footage. No forced entry. Just a receipt with a timestamp, same as before. And that's not illegal, not technically. That's what I kept hearing over and over every time I tried to report something. It's unsettling, sure, but it's not a crime. The line they walk is so thin, and guys like him know exactly where it is. I picked up the receipt with shaking hands and looked at the time again. It matched the exact minute I saw him crouched across the street. Which meant he had either just left my place, or he was still watching when I walked by. Either way, it made me feel stupid for going inside without checking more carefully. Like I had followed a script he already knew. Like this was the part where I noticed, too late, that I'd been part of a routine all along. I packed a bag that night, not clothes or anything long-term, just the essentials: toothbrush, chargers, a hoodie, the bottle of wine he left, the photos, the first note. I went to a friend's place on the other side of town. Not the same friend from before. Someone I hadn't seen in months, which I figured made it harder to predict. I didn't say much, just that I was dealing with something weird and needed a few nights away. He let me crash on his couch without asking too many questions. The next morning, I bought a cheap prepaid phone and left my regular one powered off in my bag. I checked job boards again. Tried to find the print shop listing where I had last seen him. But it had already been taken down. I searched business licenses in the area, staff names, anything that might give me a trail. But there was nothing. He never left a digital footprint. No last name. No social media. No records of any kind. Every job I had seen him at, he was gone within a week. That night, I got a message on the prepaid. It wasn't a number I recognized. There was no name, no subject, just a photo. It showed me, asleep on the couch, at my friend's place, taken from outside the window. I felt the floor drop out from under me. My stomach tightened, and I had to grip the edge of the kitchen counter just to stay upright. I hadn't even told anyone where I was. I hadn't posted anything. Hadn't called anyone from that phone, and still, somehow, he had found me. I turned the phone off immediately. My friend found me packing up and asked what was going on. I told him the truth this time, all of it, not just the jobs or the wine bottle or the notes. I told him about the van, the photos, the receipt in the fridge, the man showing up at every new place I tried to feel safe in. His expression didn't change much while I spoke, but I could see the way his eyes darted toward the windows and his hand hovered just slightly near the phone on the table. He offered to drive me to the police station again. We went. I gave a full statement, again. They listened, again. But the same words came back. No name, no clear evidence, no crime we can charge. They offered to file a report. Said they'd flag the case. One of them even gave me a pamphlet about stalking support resources, like that was supposed to fix the part of my brain that now flinched every time I heard footsteps behind me. I went back to my own flat the next morning. It felt like surrender, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't stay with friends forever. I couldn't afford to move. And besides, I had started to believe he would find me no matter where I went. Hiding felt like handing over control. I didn't want to disappear from my own life just because he knew how to keep showing up. So I started watching back. I bought another camera, a better one. I installed motion sensors by the front and back windows. I kept logs of when I left the house and when I came back. I took photos of anything I found out of place. I checked every cupboard, every drawer, every corner, every time I entered a room. Weeks passed. He didn't show up. No notes, no receipts, no photos, no weird deliveries, just nothing. And the silence was almost worse, because I kept waiting. Every time I left my flat, I scanned the faces on the street. Every person behind a counter made my chest tighten for a second. Every knock on the door made my palms sweat. But nothing happened. Not for 2 full weeks. And then I got the envelope. No stamp, no name, just slid under my door sometime during the night. Inside were 6 Polaroid photos. All of me. Some inside the flat, some taken from outside, all recent. I was wearing things I had only worn in the last few days. On the back of one, in neat handwriting, it said, "You're getting sloppy." That's it. No threats, no demands. Just a correction. Like a teacher leaving feedback. Like he wanted me to know I was still being watched. That I had let my guard down. And he noticed. I didn't throw the photos away. I know that's probably what I should have done, but I didn't. I kept them. Put them in a sealed plastic bag, then locked that bag in the drawer under the sink. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was about control. If I had them, at least I knew where they were. I could look at them again if I needed to. I could prove to myself or someone else that this was really happening. They were physical. They made it harder to doubt myself, which I was doing constantly. He was right, though. I had gotten sloppy. I had started sleeping without checking the locks twice. I had left the curtains open once or twice during the day when the sun was finally coming through. I had stopped watching every single person in line behind me. It had felt good, a little bit of freedom, even if it was temporary. And just like that, he reminded me it was borrowed, that none of it had gone unnoticed. The note on the back of the photo wasn't angry. That was what chilled me. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't even mocking. It was neutral, observational, like a correction in a notebook. Like we were part of some ongoing test that I had briefly failed. After that, I stopped sleeping again. I started checking every camera on my street through the city's open access system. I watched the feeds for hours. Grainy black and white loops of parked cars, street lights, quiet movement in the distance. I didn't know what I was looking for. Just something, a figure, a van. Something out of place. But it all looked normal, too normal, like someone had gone through and wiped it clean. The thing that kept nagging at me was how he kept finding work. It didn't make sense. He wasn't just loitering. He wasn't hiding in bushes. He was putting himself in public spaces, over and over. Getting hired at small businesses, moving quickly, staying just long enough to be seen, but never long enough for anyone to ask questions. So I started asking the questions. I went back to the first shop I remembered seeing him in, the off-license. It had changed hands since then. New signage, new shelves. But the guy at the counter had been there for a while, and I asked if he remembered someone fitting that description working there the year before. He blinked and said, "Maybe," but he didn't sound sure. He was quiet, I said, polite, light brown hair, clean cut, worked evenings. That seemed to jog something. "Oh yeah," he said. "Think his name was Sam. Didn't stay long. A couple weeks, maybe." I asked if they had his full name, a resume, anything. He said they probably tossed it after he quit. No one kept paper copies anymore. I tried the dry cleaner next. Same response. Friendly, quiet. Came in through a referral, left after 3 weeks. No last name, no ID on file, paid in cash. It was the same pattern everywhere I went. He never gave a real name, never left paperwork. He stayed just long enough to learn the routines, the layout, the regular customers. Then he disappeared. And nobody noticed. Nobody except me. That realization hit harder than I expected. This wasn't just about me. I mean, it was. But not only. He had built something around my life, yes, but he had done it in plain sight. By fitting in, by being useful, by being forgettable. He had mapped out my neighborhood job by job, shift by shift, until every corner of my world had his fingerprints on it. And he was still out there, still watching. That night, I put a chair under the doorknob. Old trick, not foolproof, but it helped me sleep for at least a few hours, or maybe it just helped me feel like I was doing something. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the stairwell outside my flat. Nothing dramatic, just quiet, deliberate pacing, like someone walking up and down one flight, slowly. I didn't move. I just lay there with my heart in my throat, counting the steps. 10 up. Pause. 10 down. Pause. Repeat. I didn't call the police. I don't know why. Maybe because I thought he would hear me. Maybe because I didn't want to make noise. Maybe because I already knew they would be too late. The footsteps stopped after 20 minutes. I stayed awake until the sun came up. The next day I found a paperclip on my welcome mat. Just one, bent slightly at the middle. That was the moment I knew he had tried the door again, and that he wanted me to know. I stood there staring at it for a long time, that stupid little piece of metal. More than the photos, more than the wine, more than the notes. That was the most personal thing he had done. It said, I was here, but it also said, I could have gone further. I picked it up and tossed it down the drain behind the building. It didn't feel like enough. Nothing did anymore. It's strange what finally made it stop. Not the police, not security cameras, not me barricading my door or swapping my phone or staring down every face on the street. Not even the part where I stopped sleeping in my flat and started keeping a hammer next to the bed like I knew how to use it. It was the flyer. I found it taped to the bus shelter at the end of my block. Yellow paper, simple typeface, nothing dramatic. It looked like a lost cat notice or an ad for guitar lessons, but it wasn't. It was a job ad for a small grocery store across the city, a place I'd never been to. The name didn't ring a bell, but the man on the flyer did. They had printed a photo, black and white, a little grainy, probably from a security camera. He was looking at something off-screen, mid-step, caught in motion. But the face was clear enough. Him, the man. The one who worked everywhere. The one who smiled and said my name and left notes and opened my door while I was gone. The flyer said he had applied to work there under a fake name. He had been hired for 3 days. Then he vanished. Left behind a locker with nothing inside. No ID. No phone. Just a single page torn from a notebook with someone's name written in the center and circled twice. Not mine. Someone else. Someone new. The store manager had gone online looking for answers and found people posting about strange behavior in other cities. The same man, same tactics, different names, different blocks. Different victims. I stared at the flyer for a long time. There was a number at the bottom, not the police, just a regular mobile number. It said to call if you had seen him. I took a photo and walked home slowly. It was the first time in weeks I felt something like pause. Not relief, but maybe a crack in the tension. Like the air had shifted just enough to breathe without flinching. When I got back to my building, I checked the hallway. Empty. Quiet. No new notes, no wine bottle, no receipt. For the first time in a long time, there was nothing waiting for me. I sat on the couch and pulled up the photo again. I didn't call the number. I probably should have, but I didn't. Instead, I took every piece of evidence I had, the photos, the screenshots, the scratched-up motion camera, the bent paper clip. I laid them out on my kitchen table and took pictures of everything. Then I backed those pictures up in 3 places, sent copies to myself, to a friend, uploaded them to cloud storage, made sure it would not disappear if something happened to me. Then I packed it all into a padded envelope. I didn't address it. I didn't know who would believe me enough to open it. But I kept it anyway. A record. Because I think that's what he was always doing, making a record, a map of someone's life, traced over with a steady hand, every receipt, every route, every habit. All of it stored in some quiet corner of his mind, not to attack, not to hurt, just to hold, to know, to have. And once he knew it all, once there was nothing left to learn, he moved on. That's what he did with me. He didn't need to be dramatic. He didn't need to end it with some final encounter. There wasn't going to be a confrontation, or a chase, or a hidden knife under my pillow. He already got what he came for. He finished the puzzle and went looking for another. And honestly, that's what scared me the most. Not that I would be hurt, but that I had been enough. A complete set. And now I was just a closed file. A name that used to matter. It took me a while to come back to normal life, or something close to it. I went back to the gym eventually, a different location, bigger, brighter, more cameras, more staff. I started walking the city again, slowly. At first, I only went out during daylight. I picked cafes where I could see the door from where I sat. I stopped ordering delivery. I only paid in cash. I stopped talking to strangers. I still haven't had a full night's sleep, but it's getting better. I moved a few months after it all ended. Not far, just enough. A new neighborhood, new routes, new faces. I still look for him sometimes. In shops. In crowds. On trains. Sometimes I'll spot someone who walks like him, and my heart will start racing before I even see their face. But it's never him. Not yet, anyway. And I'm starting to believe that maybe he really is gone. Because there are always more blocks, more streets, more people who do not notice the quiet man who remembers your name, even when you never gave it. I don't think he ever wanted attention. He wanted routine. To study you. To learn how you moved. And then leave. Just before anyone else realized he had ever been there at all. So this is me making sure someone does. He was real. He worked in every shop on the block. He watched me live. And then he left. I hope he never comes back. But if he does, at least now, you'll know what to look for. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite, his younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life, and his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, after everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, my dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will. He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone, but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby, maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement. She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt." Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions. I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. Someone's down there. He hesitated, clearly conflicted. I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then. I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it, but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom, down the hall, and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. "We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away." "Then that footage must be upstairs," I said urgently. "We need to see it. We have to know who's down here." He nodded, determination replacing his shock. "Follow me." We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. "There," I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. "Janet." Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. "They've kept her hidden down there for years." I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. "What are we supposed to do now?" Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. "You shouldn't have done that," he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. "Will," Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning, "I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules." Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. "Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years." Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. "You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected." Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. "Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this?" I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. "Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know." I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. "But I do know, and we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner. Your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert." Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her. I shook my head in disbelief. So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished. He held my gaze firmly. Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment. Safe? Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal. Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. We tried everything else, therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need. She's your prisoner, Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. No matter how you justify it, it's wrong. Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family. Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. This isn't family, it's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about? Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made. Sacrifices? Will said bitterly, voice trembling. Like sacrificing our integrity, our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you. Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later. I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return. Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included. Dad, please, Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone. I promise. Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen. Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again. Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences. He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, We'll discuss this rationally as a family." He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea." I took his hand, squeezing it gently. "It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly." He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. "I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us." I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. "Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything." He shook his head firmly. "The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. "Maddie wasn't the first," she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. "This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever." My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. "You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked." Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. "We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her." My stomach churned violently. "You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you." Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. "We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you." My blood ran cold. "Do with me." Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. "You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing." I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. "People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone." Robert shook his head grimly. "We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you. Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else." Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. "Please, Clara, make this easy for yourself. For Will, cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand." My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room, this one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse. A single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk, eyes gentle but wary. "Clara," she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. "I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please eat something. Rest." "Where's Will?" I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. "Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again, explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will." I shook my head bitterly. "I won't. I'll never accept this." Her eyes softened sadly. "I didn't either at first. But family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier." She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. "Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary." The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping. But how, when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks. But Clara, everything we've done. Stop, I interrupted sharply. No more explanations. You can't justify this. She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake. And now, for yours and Will's too. I shook my head, refusing to listen. You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves. Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do. As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. All right, but only for a few minutes. Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled, his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Matt to take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, the day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more, and eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free. There's a moment I keep coming back to. It was small, barely a detail at the time, but it plays over in my head more than anything else. We were standing on the sidewalk outside the bar, waiting for her ride, and she laughed at something I said. She looked completely relaxed. Her jacket was open. Her phone was glowing in her hand. She said, "I'm so tired. I might fall asleep in the car." Then she stepped toward the curb and got in. That was it. That was the last time I saw her. Her name was Kayla. We had been friends since college. Not best friends, not every second of the day friends, but solid, the kind of friendship that stayed easy. We worked in the same neighborhood. We had the same kind of tired, sarcastic sense of humor. She never drank much, never took risks, always the first one to order a rideshare instead of trying to walk home. It was a Thursday night. We had gone out for a coworker's birthday, nothing crazy, just drinks at a dive bar in Capitol Hill. Kayla left early, around 11. She pulled up the app. We watched the car icon move toward us. The make and model matched. The license plate matched. Her name was on the screen. The driver even rolled down the window and said, "You're Kayla?" She said, "Yeah." Then she got in. I stayed a little longer, 2 more drinks. I didn't even look at my phone again until after midnight. That was when I checked the group chat. Just stupid stuff, photos, memes. But Kayla hadn't replied, which was odd. She always replied, even just to react. I pulled up the app, half out of boredom. Her trip was still there under our shared contacts. I tapped it. It said the ride had ended, but the drop-off location was the bar, right where she had gotten in. The car hadn't moved. I stared at it for a while, confused. Then I refreshed the app. No change. I texted her, "Hey, did you make it home?" Nothing. I waited 10 minutes, then called, straight to voicemail. That is when I felt the first pinch of something in my chest. I opened the map again. The ride still showed the same thing, pick up and drop off in the same place, like she had never left. But I saw her get in. We all did. I left the bar around 1, took my own ride home, tried to rationalize it. Maybe the driver had ended the trip by mistake and restarted it later. Maybe her phone had died and she fell asleep. Maybe she was home, safe, already in bed. But I didn't sleep that night. And the next morning, she didn't show up to work. By noon, her manager started asking questions. By 1, her parents had been called, and by 3, the police had been notified. I gave my statement, told them everything: time, location, what the driver looked like. I remembered he was wearing a dark baseball cap, said his voice was low and casual. I didn't get a great look. It was late. I was not paying attention. Why would I have been? The cops looked at the trip log, and that is when things started to break apart. The rideshare company said the trip data was incomplete, that there was no drop-off logged, that the driver's account had been flagged earlier in the week for connection issues. But when asked for the car's GPS movement, they hit a wall. The car had been spoofed. They found that out by day 2. The license plate Kayla saw, cloned. The app ID, hijacked. Whoever had picked her up had mirrored a real driver's credentials, a driver who had been asleep in another part of the city. The real car was parked outside his house, untouched. He had no idea any of this had happened until the police showed up at his door. The car Kayla got into was never located. Not on traffic cams. Not on neighborhood security. Like it had slipped through cracks no one knew existed. Her phone was found on the 3rd day, 6 miles away, in a storm drain behind an abandoned warehouse near the waterfront. It had been wiped. Not just reset, wiped. No photos, no texts, no app data, not even a SIM card left inside. It looked brand new. The only thing they recovered was the serial number. Still hers. Still Kayla's. The search expanded after that. Dive teams, canine units, flyers, news segments. Her photo was everywhere, the one of her laughing with her eyes half closed. I remember thinking how strange it was, seeing that face frozen in time, printed on paper, taped to windows and power poles and bus stops. I went back to the bar a week later. Just stood outside and stared at the spot where the car had been. I could still see it in my head, the headlights, The sticker in the window, her walking away from me and getting in, the door closing, gone. People started coming up with theories. Wrong place, wrong time. Human trafficking. Stalker using burner accounts. But none of it lined up. Because this wasn't messy, it wasn't opportunistic. It was too smooth. Too careful. Whoever did this didn't improvise. They planned. They watched. They waited. They knew how to bypass GPS logs. They knew how to clone a license plate. They knew how to mirror an app interface well enough to fool someone who used it every day. And they knew how to erase a person's digital life completely. Kayla didn't just vanish. She was deleted. By the end of the first week, I stopped expecting her to come back. Not because I had given up, not because I wanted to, but because everything I had been told started adding up to one simple, awful conclusion. Whoever took Kayla had planned it. And people who plan usually know how to hide what they have done. At first, the investigation felt like it was moving. The police brought in cybercrime specialists. They subpoenaed the rideshare company. We heard words like spoofing and shadow app. The news picked it up. There were online forums speculating, people trying to link her case to others, to anything. But then things slowed down. By week 2, the detectives stopped calling as often. The press moved on. The company quietly updated its policies, but made no public statements. And I was left sitting in my flat, checking her social media like a fool, even though I knew it would never update again. I kept thinking about the route she was supposed to take. From the bar to her apartment was 15 minutes, tops, that was it. A straight shot through 3 main roads, then a turn-off onto her street. Lit, familiar, busy even late at night. And yet, her phone ended up 6 miles in the other direction. That made no sense. The trip log said the ride ended where it started. The app showed her getting in and then, seconds later, being dropped off at the same place. No travel time, no route history. Just ended. Like a closed window. I went to the police with that. I told them it didn't make sense. How could a trip show no movement, and still she was gone? They told me quietly that whoever pulled this off didn't just clone a ride. They built a fake one. A false trip inside a real-looking app. A screen that said, "Kayla, your ride has arrived," and showed her name and face and pickup point. But none of it had been real. Just a shell. I asked how that was even possible. The detective said one sentence I'll never forget. Whoever did this knew the platform better than we do. That was when it hit me. This wasn't random. It wasn't someone waiting around outside bars for a girl to come stumbling out alone. It was targeted. Someone had to know where Kayla would be, what time she was leaving, what her name was, what phone she used, what route she normally took. Someone had to know her. That was the part that stuck in my throat the longest. Because if it wasn't random, that meant the danger wasn't out there, floating in the unknown. It meant it was closer. It meant it was someone watching. A week later, I started getting texts from a number I didn't recognize. No message, just links. The first one was a map. It showed a neighborhood in West Seattle. Industrial, mostly warehouses. I clicked it once, then closed it. The second message came the next night. It was a photo. Low quality, grainy, looked like it was taken through glass. It showed a woman's silhouette sitting in a car. Blurry, but the profile looked familiar. I stared at it for a full minute, not breathing. Then the third message came. This one had no image, just 5 words. Stop looking, you'll ruin it. I took my phone to the police immediately. They traced the number, burner phone, unregistered, dead end. They told me not to respond, not to follow any links. They said it could be bait, or worse, a trap. But part of me already knew that. And another part of me didn't care, because if there was even a chance that Kayla was in that photo, sitting alive in some car somewhere, I needed to know. I stopped sleeping properly. I started walking the city late at night, retracing routes she used to take. I watched the rideshare pickup spots. I took photos of license plates. I tried to match drivers to accounts. It didn't get me anywhere. But I couldn't stop. At some point I started to feel like whoever had done this was ahead of us in every way. Like they weren't just hiding. They were watching. There were moments that proved it. Once I found a folded receipt under my front door. No note, just a timestamp and a location. It was from a coffee shop across town. And the name on the receipt? Kayla. Same spelling, same order she used to get. Black coffee, no sugar, medium. The date on it was 4 days earlier. I brought it to the detectives. They scanned it, said it could be a hoax, that someone might be playing a sick joke, that it might not be her at all. But I knew her handwriting. She had scribbled something on the back. A single word. Listen. That was when I realized something I had not wanted to consider. What if she was still alive? And what if she had not just been taken? What if she was being kept? Trapped by someone with the tools to erase her from every system. Someone who understood how to vanish a person not by hiding their body, but by dismantling their data, their identity, their digital footprint. If that was true, then it meant she might be trying to reach out, to leave signs. If that receipt was from her, then she had been close. And if she had been close, it meant there was still time. Still a way back. I started looking again, not for suspects, but for messages. It started with the receipt, but after that, I began seeing things in places that never used to mean anything. Messages that felt like they were for me, even though they never said my name. Scratched initials on bus stop benches. A sticky note tucked behind the mirror in a public restroom. A torn napkin on the floor of a cafe with a familiar drawing in the corner. A little spiral. Kayla used to doodle spirals when she was bored. I used to tease her about it. At first, I thought I was imagining it, that I was so desperate for answers that I was starting to assign meaning to everything, that I had gotten stuck in the grief loop people talk about, when your brain won't stop reaching for things that might not be there. But it kept happening, and the patterns got harder to ignore. One night, I found a postcard tucked between my front door and the frame. No envelope, just the card. It had a photo of the Space Needle on the front. On the back, no stamp, no sender. Just a message written in ballpoint pen, 3 words. I am close. I sat down right there on the hallway floor, legs folded under me, turning the card over in my hands. The handwriting was crooked, but I would have known it anywhere. The same uneven slope to the right. The same way she dotted her I's with little circles. I had seen her write grocery lists in that exact same hand. I didn't take it to the police. I just sat with it. Because if I showed them, they would say what they always said. No proof, no fingerprints, no way to know when it was written. Could be fake, could be bait, and maybe it was, but it felt real. More real than anything else had in weeks. That night, I did something I probably shouldn't have. I opened up a burner account on a message board known for tracking missing persons and deep web chatter. I posted anonymously, just a few lines, asking if anyone else in Seattle had seen something similar. Clues, hints, anyone who had experienced a ride that felt off. I didn't give names, just asked questions. I got a few replies from trolls, useless garbage, then one that stood out. It said, I know what you mean, it's not just your friend. That was it. I asked for more, but the user never responded again. But it stuck with me, the phrasing, not your friend, just your friend. Like Kayla wasn't the only one. I started digging deeper into the reports, old missing persons cases from the last few years in the area. I found one from late the year before. A man in his 20s who vanished after ordering a rideshare from a concert venue. No footage of him getting into the car, but his phone was found miles away, wiped clean. The rideshare record said he had canceled. His friends said he got in the car. Another case, a college student. Her trip started and ended at the same point. The company said it was a GPS error. Her roommate said she never came back. And those were just the ones with reports, the ones with families who went public. I wondered how many others were out there, just folded into the noise of the city. The people who slipped through without setting off alarms, people who didn't have friends watching the apps, who didn't have their stories pieced together afterward. I started mapping them, printing out a map of Seattle and pinning every case I could find. Kayla, the others, even a few international stories with similar patterns. Rides that started and ended in the same place. Phones found with no data. Digital footprints scrubbed. There was no clear pattern at first. The pins scattered. But then I noticed something. A cluster near the industrial district, the same area where Kayla's phone was found. Not close enough to overlap, but close enough to form a ring, a loose shape, a zone. I took the bus there one afternoon, no plan, just wanted to see it for myself. It was the kind of place you forget exists unless you work there. Fences, loading docks, warehouses that looked empty even when they were not. I walked the streets for 2 hours, saw maybe 3 people. No one looked at me, no one asked what I was doing. I ducked into a coffee shop that felt weirdly out of place and sat at the window, trying to feel for anything unusual. There was a car parked across the street. Black sedan, clean, too clean. It didn't move for over an hour. Every time I looked up, it was still there. At some point, I went to the bathroom. When I came back, the car was gone. I left right after that. That night, I found a message slid under my door. Typed this time, small font, one sentence. You are looking in the right place. Stop. Not or else. Not a threat. Just stop. I didn't. Because I was done being afraid of the dark. Kayla hadn't given up. I couldn't either. So I went back to the map, looked at it again with fresh eyes. And something clicked. All the pins, all the sightings, they didn't just form a zone. They circled something. A cluster of empty properties. One address in the center. A warehouse listed as abandoned. No company name. No rental history for 2 years. Just a name on the property records. And it was fake. Whoever owned it didn't exist. I wrote the address down on a napkin and stared at it for most of the night. Not because I was afraid, though I was. It was more like I was waiting for something to change. Like the paper might catch fire or disappear or reveal some hidden meaning, but it didn't. It just sat there, perfectly still, while I spun in my head, wondering what I was supposed to do. I knew better than to go alone. I knew how reckless that would be, but I also knew there were places official eyes didn't go, or at least didn't look hard enough. A property with no listed tenant, no working cameras, no digital trail except a fake name on an ownership form. The police were already drowning in half evidence and disappearing phone data. What would they even find there that I hadn't already guessed? By morning, I had made my decision. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't write a note, just took the bus toward the industrial zone and walked the last few blocks. The place looked exactly how I pictured it. One long, low building tucked behind a chain-link fence, the kind with barbed wire at the top, but no real gate. The front door was locked, of course, but the side door wasn't. Just a simple handle. I pulled once and it opened without a sound. Inside it was cold and still. The air smelled like dust and something faintly chemical. Not enough to make me gag, just enough to sting the inside of my nose. The light from outside didn't make it far. I pulled out the small torch I had brought and flicked it on. It cut a soft yellow cone through the dark. Not much, but enough to see the path in front of me. The floor was bare concrete. The walls lined with old shelving units and crates that looked like they had not been touched in years. It could have been any abandoned building, could have been storage, could have been nothing. But then I saw the chair. It was set near the center of the room, not pushed up against anything, not facing a desk or a screen or a workbench, just sitting there, clean, newer than everything else around it. A white metal frame with padded arms and a leather seat. Next to it was a small table, fold out, plastic. And on it, a phone. Her phone. Not the one they had found in the storm drain. This one was identical, but I knew it wasn't the same. I recognized the little sticker on the case, a cartoon sun with tired eyes. She used to stick those on everything in college. We joked that they looked like they hadn't slept in days. I touched the phone gently. It was warm, recently used. There was a buzzing in my ears, not literal sound, just pressure. The kind you get when your body knows something before your mind catches up. I kept going. Behind the far wall, I found another door, heavier, steel. No lock I could see, just a keypad. I stood there for a long time staring at it. I don't know what I thought would happen, that I would hear a noise behind it, that the keypad would light up on its own, that something would move. None of that happened. But then I saw the post-it note. It was curled slightly at the edge and stuck just below the keypad. On it was a 6-letter word, printed in the same handwriting as the postcard. Spiral. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch the door. I couldn't. My chest was tight. My fingers were numb. I felt like I had walked into the middle of someone else's plan, and I was too late to stop it, but too early to understand what came next. I backed away, step by step, careful not to touch anything else. And then I left. I walked back through the building, past the chair, past the phone, past the crates, out the same door I came in. I didn't run. I didn't even look behind me. Just walked until I could see other people, buildings, movement, cars. I called the police from a gas station a block away. I told them everything: the chair, the phone, the note, the keypad door. I gave them the address, the fake name on the property records. I told them I was willing to come in and make a full statement. They showed up fast. The entire building was surrounded in under 30 minutes. I stayed nearby, outside the tape, watching. 2 detectives spoke to me. They wrote down everything I said. They thanked me. Then they went inside. I waited, pacing, watching the front, watching the windows. They came back out after about an hour. One of them walked over to me, hands in his coat, face unreadable. He said, "There's nothing there." I stared at him. I said, "What do you mean, nothing?" He said, "Empty. The place is empty. Dust, old equipment, nothing current, no sign of anyone living or working there." I asked about the phone. He said they found one. It was clean. No data. Factory reset. I asked about the chair. He said there was no chair. No white frame, no padded arms, no plastic table. Just an empty floor. I asked if they checked behind the steel door. He said there was no door like that. I looked at him and realized he wasn't lying. They didn't find what I saw. It wasn't there anymore. It had been cleared. Quickly, quietly, like it had never been there at all. They cleared it. That is the thought that would not leave my head. Not maybe I was wrong, or maybe I imagined it, because I didn't. I was there. I saw the chair. I touched the phone. I stood in front of the door. It was real. The plastic table was real. The sticky note was real. And now it was all gone. They cleared it. I walked home that night in a daze, phone in my hand, staring down at the screen without seeing it. I must have replayed the conversation with the detective 100 times in my head, word for word. He had looked calm, not dismissive, not suspicious, but too calm, like he had already made peace with what he was about to tell me, like he knew what I had seen and also knew I would never see it again. I did not sleep. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling, then rolled over and stared at the wall. I kept seeing that chair in the center of the room. It wasn't a regular chair. It had a kind of medical look to it, clean, wipeable surfaces, too clinical for an empty warehouse. like it had been brought in for a reason, and I had not checked under it. I hadn't even thought to. What if something was taped underneath? What if there had been blood? My mind kept spinning out in all directions, all the things I missed, all the moments I hesitated, and how much of it might have mattered. By sunrise, I had convinced myself that if Kayla was still out there, I had to be done waiting for help. So I went back to the message board. I reopened the old burner account and posted an update. I said I had found something, that I had been to a location and seen things that later disappeared. I didn't give the address, but I hinted. I said it was near the waterfront, near the freight line. I said if anyone else had been tracking similar cases, I wanted to talk. I expected silence. Instead, I got a reply 2 hours later. It said, "Check your mailbox." That made me freeze, because whoever sent it knew exactly who I was and where I lived. I waited half the day before going to check. I stared at the slot on my door, heart pounding, telling myself I would find nothing, that it would be a joke. But there it was, a small padded envelope. No return label, no postage, just my first name written in lowercase letters across the front. I took it inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor before opening it. Inside was a flash drive and a photo. The photo showed a whiteboard covered in dates, notes, names I did not recognize. But right in the center was Kayla's name, underlined, circled twice, and next to it the word held. That is what it said. Held. Like she was not just missing, not just gone, but kept. I plugged the flash drive into an old laptop I barely used anymore. It took a while to load. At first I thought it was blank. Then a single file appeared, a folder called Loop. Inside were time-stamped video clips. Only a few seconds each, grainy, infrared. They showed what looked like the inside of a small room. One wall visible, a mattress on the floor, a steel toilet in the corner, the same frame every time, just different angles of movement. Someone pacing, sitting, lying down. And in one clip just 2 seconds long I saw her. Kayla. She was sitting against the far wall, knees pulled to her chest, her head down. The video was silent, but it was her. I paused it, I zoomed in, I stared at her face until my eyes burned. Her hair was longer, she looked thinner, but it was her, alive. I played it again, and again, until the laptop overheated and shut down. I didn't take it to the police. I know how that sounds. I know it was evidence. But it also felt like bait, a warning. Someone knew I was looking, and someone wanted me to keep looking. But on their terms. The flash drive went into a drawer, and I started watching everything more closely. I retraced my steps, every trip I had taken, every address I had searched, every person I had contacted. I looked for patterns, signals, anything I might have missed. Because if Kayla was being held, there had to be movement, there had to be signs. I started noticing a car. Silver sedan, parked a few houses down from mine, never the same exact spot, sometimes across the street, sometimes 2 blocks up, but always nearby, always facing my building. It was there 4 nights in a row. Then it disappeared. And when it came back, there was something under the windshield wiper. A postcard. No envelope. This one showed a photo of Seattle's skyline. And on the back, 3 words. Time is narrowing. I felt sick, not from fear exactly, but from the certainty that this was building toward something. That whatever system they had, whatever network or pattern or plan was in place, I had walked deep enough into it that turning back was no longer possible. And Kayla was still out there, still being held, which meant I had no choice but to keep going, even if it led to the same place she went. I made peace with the idea that no one was going to save her but me. That is not hero talk. It is not some fantasy about justice or rescue. It is just what happens when enough people shrug, when the system spins its wheels, and when you are the only one who keeps waking up to the same name, echoing through your head. Kayla. I could not stop saying it, out loud, in my sleep, in my mind when everything else was quiet. Kayla. The postcard that said, "Time is narrowing," had been left under the windshield wiper of a car parked near my flat. That was 3 days ago. Since then, nothing. No messages, no updates. The message board account I used had been deactivated. Not by me, just gone. I tried to reset it. It said the user never existed. I did not tell the police. By then, I knew what kind of game I was in. This was a story told in symbols and silence. If I wanted to see it through, I would have to follow the path on my own. The last lead I had was the flash drive, the videos. I had copied them to a hidden folder before the laptop overheated. I had watched every second of them over and over again. I mapped the dimensions of the room, compared the angles of the light, traced the lines on the wall. There was one pattern I had not noticed the first time. In the top corner of every clip, a code appeared for half a second. A combination of letters and numbers, the same in every video. At first I thought it was an ID tag. Then I realized it was a coordinate. A real one. I typed it into a map program and zoomed in. It pointed to a location just outside the city, a utility building on the edge of a forest marked as inactive. No signage, no contact info, no business registered there. Just a simple rectangle off a gravel road. I packed a bag. I did not tell anyone. I left a note with the address taped to the inside of my closet, just in case. Then I took the train to the edge of town and walked the rest of the way. It was late afternoon by the time I arrived. The building looked abandoned, but not decayed. No broken windows, no graffiti, no signs of animals or squatters. Just stillness. I walked around the back and found a metal hatch half buried under leaves. It was locked, not with a padlock, with a keypad, just like the door in the warehouse. And there was a note taped to the side of it. Spiral. The same word from before. I typed it in. The light blinked green. The hatch clicked open. Inside was a narrow stairwell, damp and dark. I took out my torch and stepped in slowly. The stairs went down farther than I expected, at least 2 floors. The walls were concrete, lined with old wiring. No sound except the scuff of my shoes. At the bottom, a hallway, 2 doors. The first one was locked. The second opened into a small control room, monitors, a desk, no one inside. And on the wall, a screen playing the same video clips from the flash drive. Looping. I stepped closer. The image flickered. A new clip loaded. This time, it was live. The girl on the screen lifted her head. It was Kayla. She looked older, pale, but alert. Her eyes met the camera. Then she turned and pointed to something behind her. A wall. There was writing on it. 3 words. Behind the mirror. I ran back to the hallway, to the locked door. There was no keypad this time, just a keyhole. I looked around, frantic, until I saw a ring of keys hanging on a hook above the desk. I grabbed them, tried each one. The 4th key fit. The door opened into a narrow room. It looked like a holding space, a cot, a toilet, a metal sink, a mirror bolted to the wall above it. And behind the mirror, just like she said, was a hidden compartment. Inside it was a switch. I pressed it. The back wall of the room made a grinding sound and slid open. Kayla was there, alive. She did not scream. She did not cry. She just looked at me and said, "Took you long enough." I helped her out. She could walk, but barely. She leaned on me as we moved back through the hall, up the stairs into the light. Neither of us looked back. We walked until we reached the main road. Then we called the police. They arrived 20 minutes later. By then, Kayla had told me everything. She had been taken the night of the ride share. Drugged, she thought. Not knocked out, just confused, disoriented. The driver had worn gloves, sunglasses, even at night. She remembered waking up in a cell, no windows, no idea how far she had been moved. There were others, she said. Not in the same space, but she had heard voices, at least once a week, someone crying through a vent, always quiet after that. She started sending messages when she realized someone might still be looking. Notes slipped into trash pickups, drawings hidden in library books, stickers in public bathrooms. She had been trying for months. The videos had been filmed by them. She thought they sent one out to pull me in. But she made it work. We made it out. The building was cleared by the police. Inside, they found more than we could have imagined. Files, photos, multiple rooms, tools, a network, a machine designed to erase people without leaving a trace. They shut it down. They arrested 3 people. The rest are still being found. But Kayla is home now. She sleeps with the lights on. So do I. We do not talk about that chair, or the way the driver knew her name, or how many others got into the wrong car and were never seen again. But we talk, and that is enough. We survived the spiral, and we got out. Together. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on, No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten, not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird. Should we call someone? I shrugged. She's not on our property. That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary. Early 50s maybe. No visible scars or dirt. No signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by he said, "I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back, when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening, She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman, about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kids' window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kids' window. Jen's face tightened. "Are you sure?" She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed, like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still, head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal. Changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again. Light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank, not expressionless. She looked sad, not weeping, not dramatic, just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled, barely, just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand. not waving, pointing, upstairs again, at the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen, I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes. No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? but I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. "What's your name?" She tilted her head. "You used to know it." "I don't." A soft smile. "Not yet." "You keep coming here, why?" She looked up at the house. "Because he said I could." "Who's he?" "You." I swallowed. "I never said that." "You did, a long time ago." I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. "You can't be here." "I know." She looked down at her hands. "But I don't have anywhere else to be." We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with "How long has it been since your last visit?" I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, No impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me, like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again. No chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back," and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real? Her smile didn't change. You're asking the wrong question. What's the right one? She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking." "I didn't mean to." "I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No." "Because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did. But the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, A small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag. A memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, it was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad. I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate, just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to.